Dang it, Jeff, you got me hooked on this game. It's real good. I am thoroughly hooked on it as well. I put together my weekend best decks roundup. And I imported a bunch of sweet decks from it for the snap side. So we should have got a bunch of sweet snap decks to jump into today, and then that roundup will actually be posting on the Snap Oglandia Snap YouTube channel in 30 minutes. I think I scheduled it for noon. Hey, what's going on, Total? Yeah, if you haven't seen any Shadowverse stuff, we're doing that in the morning to start. We're doing Snap in the afternoon. If you want to check out some gameplay for some of the more interesting Shadowverse games, I've got a YouTube that we're putting some highlights on. You should check that out at your leisure. And if you want to chat about it, we got a super active Shadowverse thread in the Discord server. I use the most powerful card to buy some more packs. I'm hooked on Shadowverse. Yeah, I definitely put a small pile of money into the machine. I think, or I'm hoping, I eventually want to do some viewer decks for Shadowverse as well. I think that could be fun. It's one of my favorite gimmicks. Yeah, I'm gonna do deck highlights on the Shadowverse YouTube side last year. I don't know that I'm gonna do anything super budget focused. I'm just kind of exploring with what I have. But you should definitely pop in the Discord server if you want to chat with people about building with what you've got. A lot of the legendaries in Shadowverse are cornerstones and pretty playable, so kind of looking at which ones you've cracked and then building around those seems to be one of the better ways to build your decks early. You played any more of Arcane Legend? I'm not sure what you're referring to with Arcane Legend, Magurio. Which game is that? You might be mixing it up with the name of something else. Oh, Arcade Rush. Yeah, I booked a little bit of Arcade Rush. Shadowverse has eaten into my time with that. How's the economy in Shadowverse? Well, you can pay money for things in Shadowverse, so the reviews on it are really bad. My experience, the economy for Shadowverse is not that uncomparable to most other games. There's card packs. It cost me a couple $100 to get most of the cards. For a little bit of money, I had a couple of decks. For a lot of bit of money, I had most of the decks. I have not sat down to run the numbers on anything for how good or bad it is from an objective standpoint, because I haven't. The system, like most mobile games, is a very obtuse economy system, and I haven't sat down to puzzle out exactly what's worth what and what you get every day. All right, so I saw this deck. It's one of the high potential deck lists in my weekend decks roundup, and I was like, this deck is doing a lot of things that look novel. So let's give it a try. We've got Infinity Ultron and Agamotto alongside Jennifer Kale and Lunasto as ways to ramp into our 5s ahead of curve. And then Quinjet kind of ties the room together with a bunch of created cards. It's a shame Mojo World's on the right, so I can't wins them out of it later. This is guaranteed to draw the energy accelerant one, because that's the only one that we're missing. Will this deck work without a Tiri? So you can play any Agamotto deck without a Tiri. However, a Tiri makes every Agamotto deck more consistent because that's what he does. He draws your spells, right? Ebony is small, yes. Ooh, that's a sweet one for what's it called? Hmm. Are we dead?
Victory.
That's just one of the funniest things that happens in Marvel Champ. You're like, am I dead here? But it's like, nah, I'm out. Peace. I mean, to be fair, we had a 6 drop that costs 2. They can't know that we're bricked on it, right? Like our board is deeply and incredibly scary. They don't know that my hand's a giant pile of bricks, chat. I don't know. They don't know. They don't know my life. We assembled Sarah and Luna and Quinjet and Valentina that popped. Like, I'm like 90% sure this doesn't work, but let's confirm. And by doesn't work, I mean we're gonna draw our thing, but we shouldn't get any energy from this. Chuki! Thank you for the 69-month resubscription. That's a really long time. Welcome back. Jennifer going to do her best Psylocke impersonation here for us. Well, they're high Evo. Interesting. Or stones. I mean, this stone's gonna be pretty okay with bolts next turn, right? Yeah, I suppose if you want to be positive about it. We have the power. Ooh. I guess wins the game every time. Says local man about to be Goliath. Oh yeah, absolutely and mercilessly crushed, yeah. Certainly one of the turn 6s for all time.
Victory.
Yes, Luna Snow plus images of icon. Looks pretty solid here. In theory, you could curve Luna into Ultron into images. No, I guess that doesn't work because Luna has 6 power, right? I think you could like copy Sarah, but yeah. Oh my gosh, chat. Did you hear that? Shh, be quiet. Listen. If you listen really carefully, you could hear the sounds of collector's tokens crying out in pain at the thought of Infinity Ultron after that last game. It's very faint in the background, but if you listen really hard, it's there. Oh my goodness, I thought it was gonna be the helicarrier. It would have been really funny. Joke's on you, Jeff. I already have Infinity Ultron. It's fair, honestly. A lot of choices on the last turn of this game. That doesn't matter, right? Cube coming back a lot. The cube doesn't blow up until the start of the next turn, gamers. Gets this. It could be right to play big for over here, though. Maybe it's this. It's close. Expecting the center to hold here is real ambitious.
Power must be controlled.
The one day we leave the house without Lucas. It looks like we're gonna get him regardless here. Our sweet old pile of cards.
Opponent snapped.
Is Infinity Ultron good? If so, Jeff will get gold splits on him. Sure, you know. Unlucky it wasn't one of our spells on top of the deck. Carbartage is pretty solid for both our decks. Oh, come on! That's cheating. Broad! That ain't right. I worked really hard and jacked my deck up for this 5/16. No target. All right, well, there's a spell on top of our deck. Well, that was the worst one imaginable. I guess we were gonna lose our surged card regardless. I'm so annoyed. They're losing our 5/16 at least, I suppose. I'd like a do-over. The sand sucks. Hopefully they play something else on Carbartage and we can wins them out of it. With decks like these, when should I activate King? As soon as possible. Draw your cards. Thanks for the 10 months, Brave. Good morning, good morning. This is a little shank-brained, obviously, but they're all in, so. This makes them commit 10 here while committing 3 here. Abomination is discounted for opponent's cards that are afflicted. Wins is plus 10 on the right here, though, at least. So we got that going for us. It's a very serious game for my opponent. After they maybe win this one, they have to win 4 more. So in Marvel Snap, there's only one tiebreaker. It's total power. So when we tied one of those locations there, the option for the other. They left because they lost their hazmat. That's so funny. We had same total power, so it's a full draw. All right, my opponent now has to win 5 games in a row. But they're on it. They're not going down fully. They're just trying not to get fully skunked here, chip. Ooh, those are pretty good for them if they've got a hazmat. They're decent for us too, though, if we find what's it called spell. Their Silver Sable hit nothing, meaning there's a spell on top of our deck. Hey, look, there's the images we wanted. What just happened? They don't understand, or maybe they do understand and they're just mad about it. But she didn't work because you can't get blood from a turnip. Draw with king before we surge here. Well, that happened to me once. I assumed it was a bug. This makes sense. Yeah, Agamotto's the only instance where that happens with Sable currently. I guess you could technically shuffle skills in your deck with something like an Adelan, but generally speaking, it's only going to happen against Agamotto. If this is wrong, I have no desire to be right. It's probably wrong. I put Agamotto here. I put Agamotto here, and then on the next turn I go Yellowstone, Power Stone, and then Redstone in the center. Alternatively, I could set up this, and then next turn I could go purple stone, orange stone, red stone. I like this better. It's more fun. Oh, do I do this first, actually? So that way, this can hit increase at Ultron, and then we double, and then get a bigger one? I think that's how this works. I'm actually curious to do the science here. Alright, so do you get a 36 or a 28 here? Man, look at that one. Oh no, chat. Infinity Ultron is feeling suspiciously playable. He's feeling suspiciously playable. Hide your tokens, chat. Two Infinity Ultrons. I mean, when you can get more stones, so he's a little bit more consistent. You know what you're getting. It seems pretty good. All right, I need to run to the restroom really quick. We're definitely gonna play some more at this when we get back, because it's been sweet in our first few. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you tap the like button for the sweet deck. Appreciate the folks that have already. Oh, BRB. What type of drink mix day is it, chat? Do we think it's a white grape or a cherry apple kind of day? White grape, cherry apple. I think the white grape's running low. Yeah, let's polish this one off. Add it to my stack behind in the collections. Man, chat is very sold on. There are some grape enjoyers in the chat. There she goes. You want to get your own delicious white grape mix, chat? Be sure to check out the advanced code. That is on sale with my code boosted up to 30% off this weekend. Be sure to check them out using my link for a great way to support my stuff. Anytime you purchase something from there, I get a little bit of the proceeds. You're very, very delicious. Francisco Alves, welcome to Hoaglandia's latest Shillionaire. Ping me in the general chat in the Discord server. Say I'm Francisco Elvis, and I'll get you access to Beverly Shills right now. Thanks for watching so much over the last year and more. I appreciate it. Sure we get that trickle down in action too, so future Shillionaires getting a little bit of a discount. It's kind of wild to me that something that started out as a meme, when channel points first went up years ago, chat, we put up the Shillionaire goal as this is a funny thing people are never going to actually have happen. And now that we're years in, it's been redeemed 266 times. Francisco Elvis makes. Ah, yes, to get full access to the Discord server when you're a Twitch sub, you'll need to go into your Discord account settings and link your subscribed Twitch account, and then you'll automatically get permissions to see the rest of the Discord server. I do not have it in me to moderate a fully public Discord server, so the fully public channels in there are just for announcements for people that want to keep up with my content and don't subject themselves to Twitter and aren't on Blue Sky. But there's a ton of chatting channels for games, politics, sports, food, all sorts of stuff. If you're someone that supports on Twitch or YouTube or Metafy. Ooh, that's real good. Turn 1 to Tanya. Time to play some chicken, I guess. Do you get money from us YouTube Premium folks? I get a similar amount of money from someone watching my YouTube channel with Premium as I would to someone watching the ads that played. Which is to say, I don't get nothing, but it's not really a significant amount. In volume, it can add up. I think we're gonna be cooked tier gamers. Is this the line? I think this is the line, yes. Maybe we have a shot. Triple Galacta, maybe a shot. Oh, shoot. I didn't think about Titania jumping over on me. It's probably still the play, but definitely a little less excited about this now. I assume we just get got by combinations of shake cheese and cannonballs here. Wow, them cannonballing us there is actually really good for us, yeah? I think I need to fill the right side here. What's more points? So this is 17 plus 3, which is 20. This is 12 plus 12, which is 24. So it's actually more to go Valentina to Taskmaster here. Right? So I lose the Galacta bonuses on the Taskmaster. Whoa! Speaking of Shillionaire, Perrier, look at that trickle-down economy working for everybody. Appreciate that. Make sure we get you into Beverly Hills too. Pick me in the Discord server. Hey, look. It's the reason why. It's the reason why we filled the rate. A lot of these decks don't have room to play Shag and Cannonball, but obviously they could, and then we could die here. My read on this situation is they don't have Shang in their 12 after we win this one. Obviously, it could be one of their bottom 2 cards, but statistically, we're gonna play like they don't have it from here on out. Gregor Strauss, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm gonna be honest, chat. Part of me part of me was hoping they were going to win that game so we could have the sweet release of not playing against Clog anymore. Did you pull for Skirk? I am not pulling for Skirk on my main account. I plan to pull for it on Christie's account. My account's pretty set on endgame cryo characters. I mean, honestly, I think I'm... Well... So part of me really wants to bolt Seer, but another part of me doesn't want this 0. It's really close. Oh my goodness, what a flip. What a flip. That's the good stuff right there. Crazy. I'm gonna kick this into the Infinity Ultron path. Then I'm gonna bolts, I think. This would be 6 on the right and infinite on the left, yeah? I think it's hopefully enough. Oh yeah, we win this breaker by a ton. This is... I'm pretty sure this is an illegal amount of games in a row that Infinity Ultron has looked playable. I fear for the future, chat. Is he fine? Question mark. Elvis and Peary, both of you have access to Beverly Hills on the Discord side. If Infinity Ultron's like, put me in, coach, you owe me gold after these games. Jeff, I need you to hate this deck. It's looked pretty reasonable so far, gamers. To be the bearer of bad news, it's looked pretty okay. I want to set the tone for how reasonable this deck feels. I'm gonna start splitting Ultron for gold. Just so we're clear. I'm gonna put my credits where my mouth is. So we're gonna start buying upgrades when he shows up in the shop. Speaking of, I didn't check that this morning. Stop it, Hogland. Get some help. Pretty good. Merlin boosters. Oh, I need those ones. Definitely going for gold on him. The white grape was an excellent choice for the drink this morning, gamers. It's just the right amount of sweet while being refreshing. How long does a container of drink mix last? I think it says on the front here, yeah? 30 of these. I put one scoop in for the mixer, and I get 30 mixers out of it. Are all of the advanced flavors about 10 calories or are some 0? Almost all of the ones I have around here are 0. I actually don't think I have any that are not 0. So the 10's probably the exception more so than the rule. I would wager. Deeply rude. I guess Quinjet gets to live now at least, so we got that going for us. I guess I could work on filling this to get it back. Seems fine. I wanted you to know what I was doing well, just selecting cards I wanted for 6K until I saw you roll a free 5,000 tokens, so now I blame my gambling addiction on you. That is true. There is a chance to high roll with the cashes. Big Ben, I appreciate the third of the year, by the way. Quinjet gets to live. Yeah, I guess we opened my mouth and shoved my foot right on in there, huh, didn't we? Likely Silver Surfer here from our opponent, right? The king will get to draw a card at least before he goes away. I think I'm going to be restricted on board space, so I think Jed's going to have to take one for the team here, unfortunately. Did you pick up the new Death variant? No, I have to like a piece of art a lot in order to be willing to buy collector's tokens. I just have so many tokens. Listen, for people that haven't seen Jennifer before, this is the big thing Jen does that Psylocke doesn't. Similar cards, but slightly key important differences here. Is Jennifer lets you have 5 energy on turn 4, meaning she's excellent with cards like Infinity Ultron and Sarah and things like that. We're probably losing the Iron Patriot bonus here, but I think I want a Sarah this turn. And then we can Infinity Ultron plus wins next turn is the plan. think we're cooked. I think we're cooked. I'm gonna be honest. These games against my opponent's deck full of breaking my stuff haven't been very fun, so I'm gonna take a mulligan on the matchup and go find a matchup that could maybe be fun. On to the next one. I think this is a good climbing deck. I think this deck has reasonable stats and an all-right sample on Untapped. Is that good or bad? I don't know. Too small to know. You're allowed to leave the game if you're not having fun. You are. Is $19,000 a year for daycare or a nanny? I don't think I hate anyone enough on this planet to ask them to work a full-time job for $19,000 a year. This is such a trash website. Want people to see your response? Pay Elon Musk fucking money. Fuck you, Elon Musk. Nobody loves you. My quote. What was the stat? The stat I was quote tweeting. Was it 39% of people say financial limitations prevented them from having a child? And it's just like, yes, anybody who actually has children understands that. They are not cheap, and they only get more expensive. My current 5-year-old goes to the same daycare my now 10 and 11-year-old went to. And when my 10-year-old finished at that daycare, it was like 13 grand a year. And my current 5-year-old's about 19 grand a year. It's up almost 50% over the span of 5 years, like a lot of other things. Oh, thanks for the 22 months, Odie. Appreciate you taking a couple of bucks from Jeffrey Bezos and sending them my way. $19,000 a year is a lot of money in my country. Yeah, it gives pretty important context for, like, I think a lot of people hear the amount of money that people in the United States make for various jobs, and it sounds like a lot, and then you add up all of the other things, and it's like, oh, it's really not actually that much. You factor in childcare and healthcare, and suddenly we're all broke. Holmes, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate the primer. Welcome back. And just to really hammer home the absurdity of it, you need to understand that the $19,000 I pay per year for childcare is less than than people pay in a number of other countries. Or sorry, in a number of other cities where I live. Major cities like Chicago, San Francisco, New York, those types of places, Seattle, they pay more than 19 grand a year. My shaker is on the advanced stream page. Click on there for my partner page. There's the blue shakers up there. There's a couple of my favorite flavors up there too. No reason to clone the bolts. Oh yeah, that's fair. our girl starts to go, it'll be around $2,800 a month. I'm in the Seattle area. Yup. Yeah, unironically and selfishly, when COVID happened, it saved my family, gosh, probably close to $25,000 because my wife's job was very understanding of the world shut down and everybody was working from home and kids couldn't go anywhere. So my daughter was born during the peak of the lockdowns and daycares didn't open back up again for a long while. So we didn't have daycare costs for my, what's it called? For my toddler when we first started. I think it's this. This gives us 7 on the left, and it gives us 27 in the middle, and then we're still up on the right. I guess I can put this somewhere, too. Oh, wait. I should. Oh, wait. Math. We do this, this, and then I have more on the left. Yeah, this is final answer. Final answer. Wait, are they winning the left? That's terrifying. How are they beating me on the left? Okay, they're not. They're just playing the Jin for tiebreakers. Do we win all 3 here with the Shang? That's close on the left, right? They're at 10. I'm at 11. Yeah, we actually win all 3 here with the Shang.
Power must be controlled.
Victory.
We have the power. Ooh. Rigged stones. To infinity and beyond. The power of the mind. How much are they paying you to sell Infinity Ultron? I have a deal with Ben Brode that everybody who spends tokens on Infinity Ultron for the next 48 hours, I get a kickback from, so. Decided to start with this deck this morning so we can work that out.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Any of the money they give Jeff goes right back into Marvel Snap anyways. That's not entirely true anymore. I would like the record to reflect there are months this year where I was playing Marvel Snap that I spent less than $100. This month's not going to be one of them because, well, have you seen the variant for 150? But my spending on Snap has been significantly less lately. Yes, Winds of Watum's gonna win Sanctum for us, which is great. And then Agamotto plus images win Sacred Timeline, hopefully. Do you spend more on Snap or Pocket? In the last 7 months, I've definitely spent significantly more on Pocket, but that's gonna slow down a bit here too. All right, now we're only a coin flip. I stopped cosmetic spending on Pocket as well. Lovely Floop to win. I saw no coin. There are no coins in Ba Sing Se. Yeah, I agree with that, Hench. I'm actually still occasionally buying cosmetics for Snap, but in Pocket, it just feels so terrible to spend money all the time. How much are you planning to spend on Shadowverse? Asking the real questions. I intend to spend enough on Shadowverse to get the cards, which is a couple $100 so far. I won't be chasing cosmetics in that game. I think this is a genuine I'm losing. Till they play Luke Cage, then we mute them forever. Their deck doesn't play Shang, but Luke could have been a real card.
Victory.
Okay. How expensive is Shadowverse? I haven't run the full numbers on, like, knowing it details, so I just have my anecdotes, but the anecdotes are very similar to most of these other games. I loaded in. They had 3 starter packs that totaled like $55, and I had like 2 or 3 decks that felt reasonable and cohesive after buying that, and after putting in I think I'm up to 2 of the big 80 swipes. I have most everything from the first set. So like 200-ish for the first full big set is on par with like what Pocket or like what Magic Arena is. And then obviously it's like any free-to-play game, you can play completely for free and get things over time and slowly build stuff up. But especially when I'm making content for something, I don't wait. Isn't that a concern from a business perspective long term, like Pocket not rewarding spending money? Yeah, I think Pocket has one of the best problems a game can have, which is they have the typical Magic the Gathering problem, which is they're making money hand over fist just because it's Pokemon. So it doesn't really matter if they make some baffling business decisions or their application lacks a bunch of basic features. They're just going to continue making hundreds of millions of dollars for the foreseeable future. It's the reason why Pokemon Pocket doesn't have incredibly basic features like deck import-export codes after over 6 months, because they just don't care and it doesn't matter. Ooh, that was a lovely draw. That sounds awful. Yeah, I mean, for credit where credit is due, people complain about Second Dinner a lot because people complain about everything, but like Second Dinner is genuinely a small indie company and they live or die based on their product actually working. And they consistently actually address issues their product has faster than any other game company I've ever experienced, really. Which it isn't to say they're fast, like it takes them a while sometimes, but they do eventually get it right, and they're faster than a lot of the bigger companies still. Nothing happens quickly in any of these. They're all fairly slow-moving machines. You guys want to get Galacta down here? Not an amazing combination of stones here. Ooh. I think I want to do this to maximize. I think I want to do this to maximize my open hand space for Ultron Stones. Now, the way I sequence this here, the Infinity Stone hits both of these. Nice. Man, Luna and Snow is just taking a trip around the world here, huh? Their gore getting forced into play here is real good for us. And then this even works out because the Shang gets pulled center. Do I think I need the points on Shang? I think they're gonna feel safe over here, yeah. And I'm gonna go to 12 here. So I'll be at 20, 12, and then over here I'm doubling up to 48 with the Power Stone.
Power must be controlled.
You've done any YouTube videos for the weekend? Yeah, I actually had Best Decks Roundup for Marvel Snap went live this morning. So that is, or this afternoon, that's up on the Hooglandia Snap channel now. And then we'll have deck highlights for Snap and deck highlights for Shadowverse on their channels over the weekend. Hey, they won one of the lanes, chat. They got one of them. And for the Pokemon fans, we'll be back to doing some Pokemon stuff next week is the plan. Once their new card pack drops on Thursday. I'm a prophet. I predict Jeff will be playing an EV deck. That's true. It's very, very true. All right, give me one of my ramp cards, huh? Yeah, I think that's a good call. Alchemy's looks sweet. I like that. I like the look of that card. Gosh, this deck's been so much fun. I didn't notice it's already 12:30 and I haven't grabbed my lunch yet. There's one of my ramp cards for Sarah next turn. That's lovely. I always feel deeply cheated when my opponent's X-23 and Wolverine end up in the same location. Very big, this is rigged energy. Keep an eye on the Twitch category for whatever game I'm streaming in. And there's a number of content creators that have their title High Voltage Response Waiting Room. Did Second Dinner tell us they're gonna give us a response to that? Are people actually expecting them to come out and say something? Did I miss something? Or are they just like assuming we're gonna get some type of official comment? Oh my goodness, please stop. Please stop going to the same location. So rude. I think I'm doing this. I just got back into Stat since the release of Kate Bishop. Any notable card archetypes that are worth token purchases? So, we're actually due. I'm gonna do an updated one on Monday, but if you look on the Hooglandia stamp show, there's a series 4 or 5 tier list that the ratings on there are still accurate. There's just some more cards that have been added in the last month or so. If you want some thoughts on more recent releases, it's a good place to go grab them. And I think we're dead. That's the second time that's happened with this deck. Like, look at the board, I'm like, are we cooked? I think we're cooked. And they're like, nah, they've got Sarah and stuff. Could you do images, right, Shang, center? Yeah, that's probably the state of win line. Because images right would put us to 36 over there, and then Shang probably cleans mid. I mean, we're not a fantastic Nexus deck with the asterisk that, like, obviously I have a copy of Shang-Chi in my hand. It's so strange. Audio is fine, but video and chat keep freezing for me every couple of minutes. As a heads up, if you're ever having trouble with the Twitch player, youtube.com/Jeff Hoagland is live whenever we're streaming Marvel Snap here. Sometimes Twitch is annoying. Tackiest, thank you for the over 2 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Ideally, we want to not have priority going into the last turn, so we can Shang the center. Yeah, Images Galacta next turn should hopefully be good. They're so slow.
Enough said, bub.
What's the correct play here? I think it's this question mark. I don't know. I swiped wrong. It gives up. This gives up my. This probably means I take priority. Yeah, the stones are high variance. This is the fun play though. It's a shame I can't images and do what's it called? Ooh, they're keeping priority. That's good for me. Yep. He's just a big body here.
Power must be controlled.
Enough said, bub.
Look at all these stones in our hand. I wish green stone did something different. Yeah, time stone's definitely the worst of the bunch at this point. I think space stone going up to 5 power makes it solidly better than this. It's just such high variance. This deck was really sweet. I honestly had low expectations going in, so this deck list, if you haven't seen it, is one of the many high potential deck lists I featured in this weekend's roundup. We're going to be exploring some more of those today on stream, and sometimes they surprise us like this, other times they fall off, but basically that category, if you haven't watched my best decks roundup on the Hooglandia Snap channel before, is decks that have small sample sizes but promising stats in those samples, and sometimes you find a gem like this. You know, obviously Shang-Chi is Shang-Chi, he carried some of our games for us, but the mixture of Jennifer, Luna Snow, and then Agamotto having a ramp spell as well meant we had 3 different ways to play Sarah or Infinity Ultron on turn 4. And then something that I think is a really elegant inclusion in this deck is the Iron Patriot as well as Valentina gave us a nice mixture of things that were meaningful early plays that also gave us stuff to spend our energy on late, because I think one of the issues Agamotto has as a card sometimes is that you run out of gas and you'll like draw your energy accelerant that have nothing to do with it. And the mixture of Ultron plus these cards generating cards meant that that was less often the case. And then we had Quinjet in here as well to do double duty for not only reducing Agamotto spells, but also working with these 3 cards as well. So really, really good synergies in deck building here. Sweet one for sure. All right, it's 1/4 to 1, which means we're not going anywhere anytime soon. I got a bunch more sweet decks coming up. What are we going to play next from the... I feel like that one exceeded expectations, so I'm going to try what's probably the worst thing. This had good stats, believe it or not. I double and triple checked the slices I was looking at. This had reasonable stats on Untap, so I'm going to roll an advert, and when we get back, we're going to, I assume, lose some games with this, but maybe we'll come out the other end surprised. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere if you want to find out with me. I'm going to grab my lunch, subscribers. BRB. Oh. All right, let's go ahead and play some games. Jeff, I saw someone that ran the math on the Shadowverse economy on Reddit, and their calculation said that both games have similar economic incomes, with the new one probably even having a slight edge. I'd believe that. Based on someone who's done a lot of economy math in other games that people were mad at, and then the numbers are like, oh, this is actually pretty fine. I would bet the Shadowverse economy. Like I've said, anecdotally, my experience spending money on the Shadowverse economy, it feels very similar to most other card games. If anything, it's certainly better than Pokemon Pocket, which feels like it has one of the worst economies for spending money in. People were just freaking out because the packs in the Shadowverse game cost 500 versus 100 in the old game without considering the new income. So I have a fun story about that. So that's in some deep Hoglandia lore that I actually don't talk about very often. But one of the things I did as an adolescent is I actually got started in programming writing server-side mods for Counter-Strike Source. And one of the server-side mods I worked on was an RPG leveling system that gave players in the servers different abilities and bonuses and stuff for playing on the server and like leveling up your character. And something I would periodically do to see what the feedback looked like was just change all of the ratios of the numbers in the mod that we played. And consistently, people complained whenever I added more zeros to everything. So like, I would take it from you get 1 experience from a kill and it takes 10 XP to level up to you get 10 experience from a kill and it takes 100 XP to level up. So like, all of the ratios would be literally identical, but the numbers were different because there was a multiplier on there. And obviously they didn't scale as cleanly as 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, so it was a little bit more obtuse to look at it, but consistently the vibe was worse when the numbers were bigger. It's one of those, oh, human minds and how they react to things like this type things. Yeah, I think the biggest drawback or holdup for Shadowverse for the free-to-play perspective is you have to be willing to just play the cards you open. You're gonna open cards that get you to playable decks, but you're not gonna have agency right away over which ones you're getting. You're gonna have to build up their crafting currency to craft specific ones, but you're gonna get a good amount of legendaries typically that lets you build into specific things. I guess I've been here a long time, so I remember hearing this story before. I've been here almost 7 years. This is the first time I've heard it, I think. And like I said, it's not one that I talk about super frequently. It's very niche. It doesn't necessarily come up organically. I think I'm gonna Iron Lad here, because if I Iron Lad into Sarah, it's huge upside. That being said, if I Iron Lad into Max or Lizard, it's not great. Yeah, they have Shadowverse has a starter deck system where you get to pick a starter deck of a specific class, which is great. I like that feature. Pocket did that for one of the seasons. I was sad that they didn't do it again. I think it was a big miss on their part that they didn't repeat it. I think we're just super cooked here at this point. I don't know how I remotely get enough stats. I can put Moonstone here, who doubles this Cerebro, but this has Lizard's text on it, and they're going to fill the center too, I would wager. I think my out here is do this and hope they don't fill the center, and that 24 surprises them on the left, but I assume they're going to fill the entire board and we're dead. I love these pretzel chips, chap. But you get down to the end of the bag and they're all just these very little pieces that make them hard to dip. This is the remains of 3 different bags. I had only little pieces left in. I was like, all right, fine. I guess I should finally eat through these. I guess I'll finally get around to it. All right, Lucas means Lizard gets to live, which is nice. Okay, this is fun because I get to Omega Red here, which means I can Mystique the Omega Red, and then I can Moonstone the Mystiqued Omega Red. Wait, do I put Omega over here actually, maybe then? To kind of have 2 different lanes? I like it. I like this. I like this. Let's do this. Because the Lizard's not going to get penalized. This is Luke face down. Okay, we're actually winning the left right now. So we're going to have 24, 12, and then 24, 26 over here. 24 exactly with the ninja. Do you want a second Moonstone for Cerebro instead? Oh, maybe that's better? Yeah, I guess that's probably better, yeah. Fine, I'll do the better play. I guess, if you insist. Absolutely crunched him. Glorious. Glorious! What a quirky pile of cards. What a fun last turn. That was a good amount of points, yeah. 30 in 2 spots and 20 in another. Those are like competitive numbers at the surface level. I don't know if we could do that every game, but at the surface level, you're like, hey, this was not completely embarrassing, which I think not completely embarrassing means I can stamp exceeds expectations on Cerebro 6's report card. Can't beat an Enchantress in 100 years. There's a Cosmo right there, gamer.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Land for the 25%. The 25% to do what? Oh, it could be Cerebro. That's true. What if I do this? Yeah, most of our hits here are good, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, actually. I'm a little worried about getting clogged on the right. This is a Viper, I'm sad. And now unfortunately I'm cooked because of the Crimson Cosmos. Gotta dedicate this fat L to Twitch chat. It's always the clog players who never snap me back, chat. Ain't nobody want to go 10 rounds with you. Have your ticket. You can tell this deck could be a Jeff Oakland special because it died to Crimson Cosmos.
Opponent snapped.
Really enjoy Victoria Hand and Frigga deck should I get Moonstone. I think I could take or leave that one. I think Moonstone's a super reasonable card in a lot of these shells, but definitely not a must-have. There's plenty of Victoria Hand decks that play Moonstone, but also plenty that don't at this point. Well, I think I do this. And then I'm hoping to Cerebro here and then win this here, right? Moonstone first, so Mystique is a live hit is a good call out. And if Mystique's on top, that would be insane, because I would get to go Cerebro here, and then Mystique here, and then have a huge Cerebro bonus. wanna finish. I guess we might lose the right still. We're gonna be relatively big there. This is as big as we get. Oh, I should play Luke Cage. I should play the Luke Cage out, chat. Oh, I should play the Luke Cage out, chat. Oh. Oh, I have to play the Luke Cage out, don't I? That's super sad. Because the Moonstones are the lizard. Oh, that's so sad we don't get to combo. Yeah, they're definitely filling the board. I have to play the Luke Cage out, and I made fun of chat, now I'm wrong. What an embarrassing day. We probably die here. I am sad. Almost had a sweet play in the damn lizard. We're 1 point short on the left, or on the right. Brutal. That's so sad. If Nidavellir had just been a neutral location, we would have been able to put a Cerebro on the left, and then we would have been another plus 12 over here. We'd have crunched him.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Hopefully the mini lab jumps left here. That would be great. I'll block them out of being able to shield this board. Think we need Luke so the lizard doesn't die. This has a shot to win the game some of the time, I think. Is this big enough on the right? It's only +6 there. Is it this? Maybe it's this, actually. Oh, they didn't fill. Interesting. Oh. Never capture chickens and all that, I suppose. Who runs the world? Squirrels! And then we're gonna lose the left Marble Boy, I assume. Oh, we're losing the breaker anyways. Oh, right, we give them an ice cube too that gets bigger. Alright, chat. Some of you at home might need to sit down for this news, because it's a little bit serious and kind of surprising, but I think there is a very real chance that our Cerebro 6 deck is not very good. I know! I know I'm out of line. I want to give it one more spin here before the end break, but it's probably time to throw it in the trash can.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Some of you think I conceded that game because Sokovia took my Cerebro. But I'm actually conceding the match because that Sokovia took their Viper, and I really don't want to play against fucking Clog. We are not the same.
Opponent snapped.
I do this in the center so that way I can Sarah over here next turn. Guaranteed. All right, we're about to play a game, as they say. They ended on Surfer, so Absorbing Man is coming. I honestly don't know how big our numbers are about to be, but I'm excited to find out. I'd like the record to reflect that we're actually going to win this game, but I'm still mad about it. I'm still mad that we're winning the game because I didn't get to make my number. All I wanted to do was find out how big my Cerebros and my Moonstones on Onslaught Citadel would be, and I'm pissed off about it. I just wanted it to go burr. That's all I wanted. The monster you are. It would have been so big. I just wanted it to be big, chat. I know we won the silver ticket, but in my heart of hearts, it feels like I lost the game. Did you pull for Nightwing yet? I have gone to full 4 pity and 50 pulls on my last 2 copies of Constantine, and I need 1 more to put 5 blue on him. And it looks like this last one is also going to be, it's already 3 pity in, and it looks like it's gonna take me a full 50 pulls on the 4th one again. So I'm out of resources for Nightwing on Dark Legion. Just the worst gotcha variants. I'm gonna end on that one, chat, for Cerebro. We're gonna move on to the next one. That deck has made me sad. How long is the average game of Shadowverse? So Shadowverse is a more traditional card game, meaning that there are aggro decks that play like sub 10-minute games, and then there's also control decks that like grind people into the dirt in like half an hour. So it's a little bit of a choose your own adventure. It's like Magic or Hearthstone, where there's a pretty wide range, not like Hearthstone or Pocket, where it's pretty contained. All right, this was another deck that had okay stats on Untapped, and it's playing Cosmo, Juggernaut, and Mobius, so I assume it can kick some sandcastles over. We're gonna take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll, and when we return, we're gonna go ahead and play some of this. Thanks everybody for chilling, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna run my leftover hummus upstairs while these happen. BRB. Regular Marvel Snap ladder games by design are very snappy and quick, yeah. In fact, Marvel Snap, or Ben Brode, lead designer, tells an anecdote that one of his friends who was playing, was it Brode? I think it was Brode. One of his friends was playing a game of Hearthstone while on the toilet, and it took so long that his leg fell asleep. And when he went to stand up after the game finished, his leg was asleep, and he fell over and broke his arm because he sat on the toilet for so long playing Hearthstone. So he wanted to make a game that had consistent length games. Was Hearthstone on mobile? Yeah, Hearthstone was the very first big card game that was on mobile. That was a big part of why it took off. That's a villain origin story right there. Yeah, basically. You have any Marvel Snap clones in the works? Absolutely. I've been contacted by a couple for notice. I get emails for stuff all the time. Yeah, there's a few that are like very directly Snappy clones. I think there's a couple that are already out in the wild. None of them have been sick. None of them have been successful at this point. That how you found out about Shadowverse via an email? No, they haven't done any creator marketing to my knowledge. The original Shadowverse is just a relatively popular game and has a following, and there were people asking me if I was going to check it out. We were at a low point in Pocket Cycle, so I was looking for another second game to poke at. I did, and I'm hooked. Do you think Snap would have been nearly as successful if the Marvel IP wasn't there? I think it would still be successful. I don't know if it would be as successful. Whenever the Marvel IP comes up with regards to Snap, I feel like there's a lot of people who are unaware that there are a lot of games that use the Marvel IP that just like aren't good and fail very quickly. So like, yes, the Marvel IP is helpful, but also like it's not the only reason Snap is good. You can block all their spells with Cosmo Left. That's a fun idea. Protects my thing from Shang-Chi too. That's probably the line. Yes, IPs get people in the door. They don't get people to stay if the game's not good. Okay. This Black Knight turns into either Juggernaut or Giganto or Surge, so 2/3 of that is pretty good for us. That's true too. Big IPs also come with bigger costs, so Snap has to make more money being a Marvel game than it would have to make if it was a smaller IP. I don't know how much it costs to license the Marvel IP for a game like this, but it's not cheap. And when you launch a game with something like the Marvel IP, and it's not a huge success, they die quicker too. What's the card game? Eternal card game, the one made by Direwolf Digital. That's a game that like never made a ton of money, but like it was its own unique IP, so it was able to exist, not making a ton of money for a long time because they were just paying dev costs and server costs on it. They weren't paying an IP cost on top of it.
Oh, snap.
Runeterra probably lasts as long as Diggs was a popular IP that they didn't have to license. Yeah, not only that, but like freaking Riot has Dosh to burn, right? Have you tried or heard of the Bazaar? I think the Bazaar had a ton of dev delays and then has failed to prioritize mobile as their first primary platform, which shows that they don't understand the industry that they need to be moving into. I think anytime a game dev has a game that can play on mobile and they don't prioritize mobile as their first platform, they've fucked up in a huge way. Was one of the many reasons DC Dual Force died in a dumpster fire.
We are the future.
Our lack of fatties for our Black Knight is sad.
Opponent snapped.
I think we're probably cooked here. Wasn't there an Elder Scrolls card game? I think the Elder Scrolls card game was a... If I recall correctly, the Elder Scrolls card game was one of those... Oh, please jump to the left, Bob. Please jump to the left. God bless us, everyone. Okay, now I just need a Giganto. Damn it, Bobby. I need a Giganto or Blink. So we were 50% to have a winner there. So I'm so sad. The Elder Scrolls card game was like Gwent and Runeterra in that I'm pretty sure the economy was too generous. They just never made any money. That one limped along for a long while, though. I assume the IP costs on that one weren't too bad. If you're a former Runeterra player who hasn't checked it out yet, I really can't recommend the new Shadowverse game enough. Like, if you liked the deep, complicated gameplay and lots of stuff Runeterra had going on, Shadowverse is very similar vibes. I think Shadowverse isn't going to appeal to a lot of snappers who like and appreciate the more simple, straightforward gameplay, but like, if you liked everything Runeterra had going on, you should absolutely make sure you check out Shadowverse. And that is a self-shill I recently put up on Shadowverse YouTube channel, and there's a deck highlight gameplay up there. But yeah, if you're someone who's looking for a card game home and things haven't clicked fully after Runeterra, it's really good. If you don't mind it, the IP is very anime, which I know is off-putting to some people. I don't mind. I like the flashy anime stuff, but if the anime IP is not a hang-up for you, you'll probably like Shadowverse a lot if you like Runeterra. Yes, and the other side of it, Marty, as someone who is hesitant to play Shadowverse for multiple reasons, hearing it's like a game that gave me headaches wants me to play it even less. To give you context, one of the Shadowverse decks I was playing this morning was basically like it was a combo storm deck where you have to sequence a bunch of cards out in the right order. And it is the first time in the decade and a half I've been playing digital card games where I consistently didn't quite have enough time on my timer to think through my turns every turn. And now, obviously, that's an extreme case. It's probably the most complicated deck I've played in that game so far. There's some straightforward aggro and ramp decks that are very reasonable as well. But yes, Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. So Shadowverse Regular released almost a decade ago, and it's been out for a long time. Worlds Beyond is a re-release of the game. So uses the same IP, but brings new cards and stuff in. And to shill it a little bit extra and harder, it is the most
Systems go.
what's the way to put it? It is the most feature complete digital card game I have ever played. It has in-client tournaments, it has beautiful graphics, it has all of the settings and things you could ever imagine. It has QR codes to import deck lists cleanly. It has a full guild system. You can auto-mute emotes. Just like literally every feature I've asked for in every other card game I've been playing for forever, it has them. Yeah, it has a single-player story mode. I'm gonna Juggernaut here, and then Ghost Rider bringing back Infinaut means that we beat the Scarlet Spider, so we should be good to go, I imagine.
I'm coming for you.
Yeah. You had me at auto mute. Honestly, a big one that it has that I've been asking for in Pokemon Pocket since day one that they just haven't implemented because they just don't care. They're making piles of money. Is it has a lot of graphics and screen shaky stuff that happens, and it has an option in the settings to disable all the screen shaking from the flashy effects. There's like 4 different toggles for letting you control how flashy the graphics are versus how crazy or simple you want it to be. Which is really great. One of the I can't believe Pokemon Pocket, if you've never seen it before, their game screen constantly like zooms in and zooms out and moves around while you're playing the game, and it's awful for people that have motion sickness. Like literally day one of their close beta, I sent a message to our Pokemon company guy. I was like, this needs the ability to disable the screen constantly moving for accessibility. That was my Juggernaut, yeah. So long blink. You're a former Magic pro, right? Kinda. I have top 8'd dozens of tournaments that had hundreds and thousands of players in them while playing Magic the Gathering. We did kill their Surge with Hotel Inferno. That's funny. I didn't even think about that. I say kinda because most people playing professional Magic the Gathering don't make money actually playing Magic the Gathering. One of the years I was grinding a lot of Magic the Gathering tournaments, I finished second on the SCG tour that I was playing in. And when I totaled up my winnings at the end of the year, I made $22,000 in tournament winnings. And over the course of the year, when it came to tax time, I made a total of, I had a total of $19,000 in card and travel expenses. Which the important lesson to take away from this is, I turned a profit that year. Yes, you make more money writing. You made more money writing and making content than you did from tournament winnings typically. Sites that sold Magic the Gathering cards paid reasonably for written content. Best straw there. Yeah, for sure. It means I can play it with the blade here. The blade doesn't get pulled right. Wow, they abandoned the center. Rip. Get shanged on the left and then lose on the right. I almost flipped this too. Damn. Do you still play at all? I do not. Wizards of the Coast no longer makes the game that I used to enjoy playing. When I played a lot of Magic the Gathering, I played a lot of Modern and Legacy, which are their non-rotating formats. And with the addition of Modern Horizons stuff to the metagame, that game no longer has non-rotating formats. They have formats that technically don't rotate that get power crept every 2 years like clockwork. It's also very expensive. So like some people sometimes follow up ads. It's like, okay, well, if the competitive doesn't play for you, do you ever want to play casually? And it's just like, it's so expensive to play Magic casually. I'd rather just play a good board game instead. Like, why would I want to play Magic the Gathering when I could play a board game with a bunch of good people? All right, I'm gonna do this, and then we get to blink the Brood into a Gigantor or an Infinite here. A really common saying in the Magic the Gathering community is that it's not about the magic, it's about the gathering. Which is another way to say the game kind of sucks, but if you play it with good people, it's alright. It's like, well, if I have to play the game with good people for it to be alright, why don't I just, like, play a good game instead to begin with? I assume we just died to Shang-Chi here again. Maybe I'm supposed to just put 10 on the right. Although the kitty pride's huge, right? Why this instead of Blade Ghost Rider? Because I have to compete in every lane. Because we're getting shanged on the left.
Opponent snapped.
the opponent's deck is what I would consider the peak sweat deck. Oh, one anecdote, by the way. That's fun for people that haven't caught the best decks roundup this weekend. 34 card Monty is absent from the best decks roundup. For most of the most competitive slices, the Erishim, Agamotto, Thanos pile of shit is not performing well. Yeah, which is great. You absolutely love to hear that for sure. Please get rid of it and never bring it back. Get this out of the way here. I just got back. What round is Conquest the opponent sweating these two cubes? I can't remember if this is the Proving Grounds or Silver, but it's one of those two. You think it did well in the Gauntlet because it was an open deck list event? I think it did well in the Gauntlet because shit decks put up good performances all the time. I mean, doing well in one tournament doesn't mean a deck is good. Mobius and Mobius. Yeah, I'm gonna blink Sarah into Giganto. And then hopefully we top deck Ghost Rider and then get to go Blade plus Ghost Rider on the last turn with our 8 energy. No, there's not a lot of tournaments for Stamp. No! Bad Shang-Chi! Stop it! Nobody loves you! Bad Shang. Like I talked about in the Dex Roundup this week, I am not surprised that this deck is playing Cosmo and Juggernaut and Mobius. Cosmo and Juggernaut are both ways to stop this from happening. Which is really, really important on the last turn of the game. Oh yeah, that was the Proven Grounds gamer. Very serious silver ticket. I'm gonna try not to spend it all in one place. Oops, there it goes. Difficult come, easy go. I'm surprised that you're playing Cosmo over Armor. So, Cosmo stopped Shang on the last turn of the game. But it's also a proactive card that's disruptive in other spots. So yes, Armor is more efficient at explicitly stopping just Shang, but it also does a lot more than that. Oh yeah, that's true too. The Blade can be Shadow King in its current iteration. Cosmo stops that as well. It's a great call out. All right. Daddy needs fatty 6-drop on top of his deck here. I'm so sad, chat. Said either of our bombs, we'd be in such a great spot. This is, unfortunately, a pretty classic Black Knight problem, yeah. We are ultimately playing a 12-card combo deck. If we draw Fatty here, we still have a shot, thanks to Zero. Listen, Pino, I hope you understand that you deserve this, just so we're clear. Why would you wish this upon me? Because even if we'd have drawn Blink, we could have rolled something into a Fatty in the center. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I am less sad. It always makes me feel better when I'm feeling a little bit sad, chat. Taking a nice drink that's sweet and delicious from my advanced drink mix. And my wonderful Hoaglandia branded ice shaker here. If you want an easy way to support my content, my advance code is boosted. Through Monday night, you can get 30% off as opposed to the usual 10. Any product you pick up through them supports my content directly. They've got a wonderful range of hydration and energy mixes with lots of fantastic flavors up there. My personal favorites are the cherry apple and blue raspberry lemonade on the hydration side. Yeah, when you drink, you gotta make sure the logo hits the camera. They are sugar free, yes. Sweet and 0 calorie. Yes, their hydration mixes are completely caffeine free. I'm actually not a big... So, fun fact / background on the stream. Energy drink mixes are actually probably my most turned down sponsorship in the decade plus I've been doing this now. Because I just don't drink energy drinks personally, and I don't like advertising products like that I don't consume or use. So when Advanced reached out, they have a whole range of hydration mixes. I like a little 0 calorie sweet drink is enjoyable. I've been enjoying their mixes a lot for those. Are you anti-coffee as well? I mean, I don't think I would describe myself as like being anti-coffee or anti whatever. I just don't drink them personally. But no, I don't drink coffee or energy drinks. Yeah, I drink some minimal caffeine things on occasion. Unsweet tea is my go-to for caffeine stuff typically, but those have pretty low caffeine volumes in comparison. My father growing up had a pretty severe caffeine addiction, like multiple 2 liters a day. Had to cut himself off at one point, was non-functional for a while because of it. So I stay pretty minimal with it myself. Anything's fine in moderation. Most things are fine in moderation. Anything might be an overstatement. Most things though. I was gonna put the biggest number into the center. Might lose on the left. We're only at 27 over there, question mark. Oh yeah, cooked.
I'm coming for you.
Oh, could I have won the right? I totally could have won the right. Rip. Oh, I guess I don't win the middle if I win the right. No, I can't win the right. I only go to 20. I didn't have space there. Turns out a free 16 pointer is pretty good. Heroin is not good in moderation. Sounds accurate. Big if true. What's the saying? Most things in moderation? Most things. I'll ask RFK. I drink bleach in moderation. Ah, the COVID cure. Wow. You all are really unfair to Donald Trump. He did not tell anyone to drink bleach. He told you to inject the bleach. Get it right. Be fair. Be fair to our glorious dictator-in-chief.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I stopped at the horse dewormers. We truly just live in the dumbest. We truly just live in the dumbest freaking timeline. It's so deeply stupid. So I could just pass on 5 and then input on somewhere on 6 here, yeah? I don't know that 18 is going to be enough on the left, though. Oh, that's gas. I can Sarah, and then if I don't draw Ghost Rider, I can Sif and Blink on the last turn. Very nice, very nice. It's actually worse that we drew it, right? Because now I'm a little bit smaller. I guess I'm bigger. I'm bigger here. Anyone, any OGs in the chat remember when Lady Sif cost 2 and Ghost Rider cost 3? Real Marvel Snap OGs remember. I love when you come for me, Ghost Rider. Such a lovely boy.
Victory. Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
I played them both on the location that replayed reveals on turn 4 last night. It took me back to the good old days. Speaking of people who are ancient, what's going on, Biggs? Gamers, just in case you aren't already looking for another great Snap creator to give a follow to, tap the heart above the chat there. Biggs is always doing some wonderful stuff and typically coloring outside the lines. My goodness, is this another Kitty Pride tech card bullshit sweating me 2 cubes of 10 in Conquest today? I would ask what is wrong with these people, but the list is long and varied. Yes, obviously. Yep. It's amazing they can hold their phone with so much sweat in their palms. It's true, you know. Alright, we need to draw Lady Sif or Giganto here. I'll do, Peg. I'll do. I'm playing Lady Sif to the left here because I want to have priority going into the last turn. I want to have priority going into this last turn because there's a very real chance their Shang-Chi costs 3. And I want to catch it with the doggo. We could lose this game. Actually, if I do this, this probably gets him every time, yeah? Every time. Every time has been declared. Palms are sweaty. Knees weak. Arms are heavy. There's Shang-Chi hitting the big house already.
Power must be controlled.
Control this, dickhead. Nobody loves you, Shang-Chi. Take that, Shang-Chi. That was even better. It was even better, wasn't it? That was once again for a silver ticket, Abe. It's a But then we have login rewards. Gladiator bundle. It's a very fun piece of art. Am I buying that? I feel like I'm buying that. I need to get to $150 spent this month. I think the Celine and the Gladiator bundle get me there exactly. Am I buying both of those? Might be buying both of those. Do the login rewards not pop up if you're already logged in? It's just how it be sometimes. All right, and while I'm clicking around in here, we need to take a pause for the cause to let some ads go. We're gonna play some more of this Black Knight deck, I think, because it's been fun. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Anybody want to do my homework for me? Are there any other like $20 to $25 bundles data mine to be coming this month? Is the Celine the best one? I think I need $45 worth of points on the shop. Yeah, I need $45 worth of points. So the Gladiator plus Celine would get me there exactly. Is there an Agent Venom one coming up? Oh, is there? I'm gonna go look. I think Snapfan usually has them, right? Or typically subject to change, but... There's Agatha Harkness. That's got some credits in it. There's a Red Guardian with the symbiote one. That's got a bunch of credits in it. Ooh, the symbiote Spider-Man one's kind of good too. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get the Celine one. There's a few coming up. That one's not bad. Well, that's July though. Need them before the end of the month or before the next season. So what's coming before the next season? These are all July. July. So there's a Swarm one that's close. Oh, the Searcher one is not bad too. I'll have to stew. I'll probably just get the Searcher one. If the Searcher one drops, July 1st is before the next season, right? The next season starts July 8th, yeah? We've got 2 more weeks of card releases. The Sasquatch one. I'm pretty sure the Sasquatch one is into next season. Everything after July 8th is... Everything after July 8th is next season. I want to get the top shop reward this season. Would you say Nightmare initially feels like a defining find card? Absolutely. Very, very playable, not a must-have, can't replace it in the decks that it's contained in. If you like his style of deck, Nightmare is very fun. I agree. It's a very novel, sweet card. But few different Nightmare decks that I've enjoyed that while I don't think they're going to be the best deck in the format, they're very reasonably competitive.
Snap.
I just got to Infinite with this deck. Sweet. Yeah, this one's felt pretty reasonable. It's got a decent way to put big numbers into play, and then it's got a good mix of both proactive and reactive tech cards to keep your stuff alive and break up what your opponent's doing. Juggernaut and Cosmo are good Marvel Snap cards. I think I'm gonna wait one turn to play Lady Sif, just so we have one more chance to draw BK. Okay, that makes us more likely to draw BK. Very nice, very nice. They're not a Shang deck, right? So I can play this out proactively. Narrator, they're not a Shang deck, right? Right? That's rude. But how would you put that into the universe? They're clearly a Shang deck now. I was afraid. I was afraid. Well, that makes the am I playing Sarah or am I playing Ghost Rider this turn question easier to answer. They're not a Shang deck until Nightmare gives them a 4/10 Shang. Oof. The Noor dimension here is gonna mean that my Juggernaut's probably not useful. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. It's potentially very good for us. This is guaranteed to be Giganto, yeah? Yeah? That's sick. No! Come back! Come back! We're done doing cool things yet. That's honestly, I'm glad Sanctum Showdown's finally coming back, but they better not make us wait 4 months again for it to come back a third time. I desperately need a mode in Marvel Stat more frequently where it's correct for people to just stay and play the game. what is that? Sanctum Showdown is a limited time game mode that we've had once in the past, where the best way to describe it, honestly, is it feels like Marvel Snap 2. It's just a completely different way to play the game. That's a lot more tactical than like High Voltage, though. Come on, give me a fatty, please. Oh, that's so sad. I want to make it really clear, because you people, so many of you people are dickheads, like the one I just banned, that 110% Second Dinner absolutely messed up and stepped in it and jacked up the rewards for the current limited time game mode. But all of you people who are acting like Second Dinner always misses and they always fail with every aspect of monetization, other stuff that they do, you're disingenuous, dishonest idiots. So I'm not gonna defend High Voltage Overdrive. It's a mess. But like, my memory is long enough to remember that like, the last time we had Sanctum Showdown, they gave us 4 cards effectively for free. So yes, you should absolutely call out Second Dinner and point out when they miss in a huge way that's so big they just shouldn't miss, like what happened with this. But at the same time, acting like they're always wrong and they always fail and everything is always bad is also nonsense. And if you genuinely feel that way, you should take a break from Marvel Snap because you're bitter about something else that's not related to High Voltage. One of the things that makes High Voltage Overdrive such an incredible miss is the fact that most of these limited time game modes tend to be really generous and well done. It's so disappointing because it's such a colossal exception to what normally happens. All right, let's do it. 2 4-cubers. No win or lose. Hit me with a fatty, dealer. Rude. We got some time. We've got some time, he said, hopefully. Where are they gonna Nightmare, chat? Here? I think they're gonna Nightmare here. Sorry, I'm gonna turn their stream off now. I apologize. I shouldn't do that. Stream sniping is rude. I want to put Lady Sif here just for stats. I have Blade to discard if we top deck a big thing. Spoon, thank you for the 37 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Order for Blink. I can't Blink and Blade on the last turn. Man, I think we're cooked. 9GTTV, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. They're all in, so we'll stay. I assume we're dead here. Needed our big thing like one turn sooner. Yeah, I got one more shot here.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Man. That's such a bad beat. We'll have to flip a coin now if we find Ghost Rider. I think I'm waiting another turn to discard a card because I really need, if I draw Black Knight, I need to do it after Black Knight. I think we're dead. Right. The Sokovia means this Ghost Rider's a coin flip. We get 2 flips then? Lost the first one, gotta win the second one. God, what a disappointing end to a match. Conquest always feels like such a kick in the junk. This is just like one of the absolute worst feelings in Marvel Snap imaginable. Just like, played this match that was really long and brutal, and then literally had back-to-back flips on the last turn here that just like either one breaks our way, and we get the match instead of it. So if the Typhoid Berry Juggernaut's here, or if we hit the Infinite off the Ghost Rider instead of the Cosmo. And there wasn't anything we could do different, right? If I put the Lady Sif Ghost Rider here, it's just 2 coin flips in the other way, right? Then I need the Typhoid Berry to go here or get Infinite. Tough. At least I got a bunch of Surge boosters working towards our next split on her. Little gold crackle on her card at some point. Do you think the game mode could be improved in any way to make a tournament mode viable or promote that type of scene? I mean, I think there's 100 different things they could do differently that would make Conquest a better competitive mode. But I also don't think making any Marvel Snap a better competitive mode increases the popularity of it at all. Competitive card gaming is just a niche within a niche. You gotta understand that most people just don't care, and we play these games very casually. Hey, Jeff, I picked up the advanced stuff because of your promote. I've been drinking more water and less soda. It's a good way to be.
Snap.
I don't know what are we just wasting my time? Yeah, there's definitely people that, like, are super into competitive card gaming. I just think it's not a surprise that Second Dinner hasn't promoted competitive stuff. And honestly, I think Pokemon Pocket's arc and how that community worked around that game is a good example of why investing in competitive is such a niche fallback. Like, if you look at the thriving community tournament scene Pocket had before they added rank, and you look at how much those community tournaments basically completely fell off once the ranked hamster wheel was in, it's just way more convenient to do on-demand type stuff. It's actually Shadowverse is something I've been poking at a bunch, and someone was saying that their in-client tournaments tend to be asynchronous, which I think is awesome. So I wasn't planning to do any tournaments for that game, but if they're async and I can play them over the course of a couple of days, I'll probably poke it at a certain point. What do you think of Fantasticar being in the Super Premium Pass? Is that going to be a death blow to Second Dinner? I cannot believe these greedy, money-grubbing developers want me to spend money for digital objects in their game. And I think this scheme that they've cooked up that's going to get people to spend money on their game is certainly going to be the death of them. I don't know how this game can possibly expect to survive increasing revenue by producing more game pieces that you can exchange money for. I don't know what Second Dinner and Ben Brode is thinking in particular here, but certainly they couldn't have thought this idea through.
Oh, snap.
Adley, thank you for the 2 years. I have literally never made content for a game that wasn't dead or dying. Every game I've ever made is always dying at all points. Every day we die a little more. Baja Blastoise, thanks for blasting into Hooglandia for 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Lady Sif makes this hand truly lovely. The only game that will truly never die is DC Universe Online. That's probably true, honestly. I think, not non-sarcastically, literally the only thing that surprises me about the Super Premium Pass getting a Series 4 card when you buy it is that they weren't doing that from the start. I was shocked when they announced their Super Premium Pass thing and it was just cosmetics. It wasn't an extra card in there. And in fact, to put a little bit of a positive vibe out into the world, I think if the data mines are correct and the new card they're adding to the pass is a Series 4 card, that seems good. I would have expected them to add another Series 5 card to it, but based on data mines, the extra cost of the premium pass is going to add a Series 4 card to it, which seems more than reasonable. How do I ever lose this? I guess I could punt something big into the center. So I should play like this in case they play something big here and I punt it into the center. Bye, Felicia.
Victory.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. London. I'm excited for the Super Season Pass change too. I think it's not a coincidence that one of the most interesting weeks of Marvel Snap I've had all year was the week where they released a bunch of new cards. I think having small groups of cards release all at once as opposed to a single card every time is much better.
Oh, snap.
I think that's such a great and healthy, reasonable attitude to have, Marta. I mean, imagine being Marta Wupp there and typing out a reasonable take on the internet. You're not gonna get any clicks in life, Marta, if you just keep typing reasonable things into chats and social media. You gotta be angrier about it. Marta says, for me personally, as long as I can stay competitive for free and I'm not constantly priced out by metas, which I trust Dinner's Balance team to adjust correct course as they've done beautifully in the past, I don't really care. I buy a season pass occasionally from time to time. I think that really hits the nail on the head. Too often, the way people phrase things in games like Marvel Snap is they say, I can't keep up, when what they actually mean is, I can't get everything for free instantly. And Marvel Snap's Balance team, to their immense credit, does a phenomenal job, better than literally any other card game I've ever played, of making sure that things that were previously competitive tend to stay competitive. Their small balance pushes of up, down, all around tend to make it so while they shift what is at the very top of the metagame consistently, you can expect that the things that you have that are currently playable remain some version of playable. I think we're dead here. Our draw is kind of awkward. I think Second Dinner's current release cycle is close to ideal.
Escape.
I think my personal preference, if Second Dinner came to me and they said, Jeff, you get to decide how content happens in Marvel Snap, how would you do it? I personally would have 2 sets of card releases per month, a big one at the start and a big one towards the middle or third week of the season or whatever. And then I would have the OTA updates on the off weeks where new cards don't come out. So that way you never have the experience of everybody's playing only the one new card or counter cards, but you also still have churn every week. The longer I've experienced Marvel Snap one card at a time, the less I've liked it. The play pattern of you play a bunch of mirror matches or you play against a bunch of hard counters, I think is not good. It's not enjoyable for me in the slightest. All right, let's see if I can cheese the Monster Island here with the Space Throne. They could play center with the stones though too, but can I win the 50-50? I cannot. Then I think we're cooked here. Our hands just super awkward again.
Escape.
To your point, Jeff, I hit Omega with a suboptimal C2 deck with mostly Series 3 cards and below. Yeah, I think there's plenty of room to maneuver around with stuff like that. There's been experienced players that have gone back and made early accounts that get even all the way up to infinite because they just really know their way around.
Snap.
I would love to surge. Thank you for asking. 34 cards, Mind Stone on 1. Yep. They oftentimes card drops when movies come out. Yeah, typically they know the Marvel MCU release cycle in advance and try and coordinate that. Not always, but as often as possible. This upcoming one is the first time we've had a... this upcoming release is the first time they've remade characters, though. Like, these Fantastic Four remakes, there's going to be 2 Mr. Fantastics in the game, is the first for that. It's an Arishem Marvel boy. Yep. What about Doom in 2099? That's an interesting, actually. I hadn't thought about that. It's an unfortunate hit. Yeah, I guess we have a handful of those now. I'm wrong. Chad's giving me a handful of them. There's Rocket and Groot, Doctor Doom, Ultron, Strange and Strange Supreme. Strange and Strange Supreme, are those the same? I guess they're kind of the same. They have 11 energy, so this Juggernaut might not be enough to win the Danger Room if they fill. We're going up to 21 in the middle, though, so we're beating Thanos there, which is the big one. Hopefully Danger Room just does its thing and wins us the right, despite their 11 energy. Quite the gambit there.
Victory.
All right, now we've got 4 shots to take their last 2 cubes here. I'm a fan of what they're doing. It lets them revisit popular characters without messing up the early progression. Completely agree, Chris. Full cosign. Hey, thanks to the folks that checked out the drink promo with Advance this weekend. Hope you remember to use the 30% off code that's good through Monday. You'll have to let me know what you got and if it was delicious. Actually, they actually tagged me. They just added a new flavor for their hydration mix, margarita lime, which I don't know that I've ever had a margarita in actuality. I have to imagine it's sweet. I'll have to pick that one up in my next order. Jeff confirmed, not a sorority girl. I am not. I just don't drink a lot of alcohol in general. Does this have text in this matchup? I think I actually want a random 3 here. Need to contest the center. Well, that's terrifying. Beer, wine, or mixed drinks. On the occasion that I drink alcohol, which is pretty rare, it typically needs to be able to disguise itself as candy. I don't know how I'm putting together a win here. I feel like they have so many points on the left. I mean, Ronin's not very good against us. So this turns into Giganto. Could be a game-winning line for us. I have regrets about when I timed my Juggernaut. Is this crazy? Oh, I can only play here. Never mind. I was like, do I play this here to try and gamble? It's not an option. We're cooked. We're cooked. Oh. It's a small sample of games, but Surge seemed a bit awkward so far. I was actually thinking the opposite. I've been kind of impressed with her. Discounting things randomly here and there has been quite good for us. Well, it's actually close. I forgot else it was going to trigger. Oh, stupid Black Knight makes the Ronin bigger again. That's funny. They had Phoenix Force to get the monster back from the Zola. All right, RNG gamer, can you do that 3 more times? That's what you gotta do. You gotta do it. You gotta do it 3 more times. Hey, nice, Chester. Did they take some points from me and then bounce out? They did in fact take a couple of keys about that. They didn't think they could get that lucky 3 more times. Which, to be fair, after how much broke their way, it's probably accurate. I think I can say that this deck list pretty much did exactly what I expected it to do. We were able to overcome a couple of the sweaty Zabu, Surge, Shang-Chi gamers in large part due to the fact that we have Cosmo and Juggernaut as a way to disrupt them on the last turn in the game, and we have plenty of games where we won with big points, but we also had games where Juggernaut and Cosmo were instrumental as being kind of tech adjacent. Blink felt really clean, turning Ghost Rider into Sarah or getting guaranteed Sarah or Gigantor or Infinite in different spots was quite good as well. So if you're a Black Knight enjoyer, to set a low bar, this is the best feeling Black Knight deck I've played in a really long time. Felt solid. Are you excited for the new Pokemon Pocket set? I would say I'm cautiously optimistic for the new Pocket set. We'll see how it feels. I think good Stage 1 Pokemon is something Pocket's been lacking post-Rare Candy. Feels like you play Basics or you play Stage 2, so hopefully some of the evolutions will be relevant. Sylveon. Sylveon's definitely a powerful card, but it seems a little scary too. Putting a lot of cards that draw a lot of cards into Pocket's definitely something that could make decks hyper consistent in the small deck card game. How about Black Knight Collector? I mean, Black Knight giving Collector 1 extra point really isn't relevant. U.S. employers announced 100,000 job cuts in May, up 47% from the same month last year. There is no recession in bossing, say gamers. All right, we're gonna take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. I'm having pretty all right time playing some Marvel Snap this afternoon, so I think I'm gonna do a little bit of Surfer as our last deck of the day. We're gonna do some Surge, Esme, Sarah, Surfer to close things out. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. This is the vibes-based economy, and the vibes are the insider market manipulation. I've been following some market accounts that track different things, and one thing that's interesting is how much some of the bigger firms are pulling out of U.S. equities while retail keeps pumping money into it every time they dip from the bigger group selling. Feels like someone's gonna be left holding the bag here sometime soon. This deck's kind of like turn 4 Sarah deck. We have Surge, Esme, and Luna that could all get Sarah out ahead of time. Holding bags is for peasants. Well, so like, the rich don't get caught holding a bag because they have enough money where even when all of their stuff dips, they don't have to sell while it's low to exist, right? Is this your go-to Surfer deck at the moment? Absolutely not. I don't play enough of any one archetype to have super strong opinions on them. There's a bunch of, I think I actually imported 2 different Surfer decks. I think there was a third one. I imported this Wicked Surfer and the Sarah build. Then there was a third Fenris build in my decks roundup today. There's a ton of different variations of Surfer with decent stats. Yeah, Lord Bonk. I've been following the airlines, and lots of people in the EU and UK based are shifting their NA flights to Canada and Mexico instead of the US. I genuinely think if you're someone that's coming to the US for pleasure and not because you have to come here for work, you are very, very silly in the current environment. The human rights violations that ICE is conducting at the direction of Donald Trump. You can and should expect to be harassed here if you are coming from another country. They are grabbing and harassing people left and right. Real sad. It's gonna be interesting to see what the postseason stats are for all of the summer vacationing spots. This is my favorite deck of the late. The Victoria Hand Anti-Venom deck that I posted yesterday or the day before is one of my favorites lately. Damn it, Makari. I need you to be a leftist, girl. I need to brood first, so that way if they don't fill this turn, I can fill next turn. I have priority, unfortunately, meaning... Oh, meaning I can't Killmonger Kitty Pride. I'll throw Shaw over there. I need to apologize to everybody watching at home, but I am legally obligated to do this when I'm given the option. Does anybody see Neil? He goes first. Thanks for finally snapping me back, bud. Oh my goodness, did they play out their what's it called card? I think they did. I can check the destroyed cards here. They sure did. It's beautiful. Do do do. Do do do. Okay, so how much is this? This is 1016. And this is 1218.
Victory.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Is there even a good Galactus deck these days where he's just a meme card? There are no competitive Galactus decks, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Man, this Kitty Pride Zabu Shang deck is definitely the sweaters deck of choice today. Every time we've had someone going every single round in this game mode, it's been on the back of that one.
I want the throne.
Need to kill Bogger to clean out our Galactus lane. LOL. We could lose this, I guess. Christ on a cracker. Am I beating them? Question mark? Holy! Well, that was unexpected. That's actually in their deck? There's a Black Panther in their deck. Maybe they're cooking a little bit. Nice 27 power. Too bad I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Oh yeah, 2 cubes to 10. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. Do 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 do. Is there a drought in Texas right now, champ? Feels like there might be. You should send your opponent the discount code for your advanced mix because they're going to need some hydration after this match. Absolutely. I appreciate your concern for my opponent's well-being. I'm gonna put Sarah over here because on the off chance they throw priority, or the off chance they take priority, I want to be able to kill Monger next turn. I think I want Juggernaut next turn. I don't think they're gonna take priority, so I think I just do this. So they move Jeff out. They go to 15. They play Kitty in, who's 11, 12, 13, 14. They go to 29. This... God, that's a lot of math. I don't know. I think this is good enough. They're all in. This is my best play. And I'm not counting that. Hopefully it's good enough. Go to the right. Nailed it. Easy game. I think we were beating 29 anyways with the card error.
Wakanda forever.
Juggernaut is such a messed up Marvel Snap card. He's so good. Such a powerful effect. Jeff just said to nerf jugs. Real. Unironically and selfishly, because I'm a Cerebro 2 enjoyer, I think they could probably shave a little off the top. I think every deck currently playing Juggernaut probably still plays him as a 3-2, and it makes him a little bit worse.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Alright, Makari dodged the murder world, which is really all you could ask for out of a girl. What are Surge animations anyways? Well then. It's certainly one of the Marvel Snap games of all time. Sorry, Esme. Can I get a salute for Esme? Literally the only card in my deck that Esme makes worse. Literally the only one. Alright, no, there shall be no juggernauting this game. Hello, opponent. I don't have a tech card to deal with this Carter. She's at least 18 points. You played Esme into Murder World and you're surprised when she doesn't give it her all. That's fair. That's fair. Well, the good news is, if they're winning Sanctum, Juggernaut's back on the menu. What's better here? Do I Luna or do I Surfer? I think it's Luna, yeah? Because 10's enough to win the left. I think I want to just stack middle. It's close. This is a lot of points in the center still, right? This is 5. And then I'm at 9. I'm going to 13. I'm going to 18. Going to 26. You're good either way. Oh, opponent's playing the Nightmare deck. We posted a highlight with today. This is my favorite Nightmare build. When I was playing. The opponent's rocking out here. Yeah, the Luda in the center would have been 10, and then her rock would have gotten, or whatever it's called, would have gotten the Carter bonus. So the reason to Surfer there is to hedge the left, in case they added stats somehow, which they did.
Snap.
Hey, Alan, I missed your sub message too. Thanks for the good times, Jeff. Been enjoying the Shadowverse Worlds Beyond because of you lately. I'm glad you're having fun with it. I've been too. I think Marvel Snap is in a pretty good spot overall too. I've been having a ton of fun with it, but Shadowverse has definitely reminded me how much I enjoy a more traditional card game. I think I'm gonna lose this card, obviously, but with Sam Wilson, they're probably gonna fill this before me if I don't brood it this turn, so I'm just gonna take it and hopefully we'll redraw it. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Take it or leave it on the redraw there. Ooh, that's a fun happenstance on the redraw. Very nice, very nice. Easy game. Easy game. Streamer luck? Yep. Doesn't the Zero Power Doom count as a creative card? It does. I just decided I wanted my Galactalane to be the center, which is the same as their Sam Wilson. So I didn't shuffle those because of the Panopticron. I shuffled those because I wanted my Galacta to be buffing the Sam Wilson lane. Was my thought process here. Oh, he's so good! Why is he so good, chat? He's the Juggernaut! Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, The Juggernaut. We could lose the center here still. If Gwen pulls stacked on the right things, we could definitely. But I'm adding 3, 9, I'm adding 11 up to 27. I might be able to beat 27. Don't you know who I am? Say my name.
Opponent snapped.
I would love to gamble. I want to make sure you're muted before we do though. Whoa! Are they like Shadow King tier or something? We boomer snapped that? You were just like super cooked to Silver Surfer.
Victory.
What a gamer.
Oh, snap.
Are they gonna sweat again? That's been the MO of every single Zabu Kitty tech card gamer today. Every time we queue into someone playing this Zabu Kitty deck, they're like, hell yeah, I'm gonna play 2 cubes to 10. Let's do it. So far, we're X-0 against them. Oh my goodness. Me oh my. Oh me oh my. Hey, need to draw. What's our best draw? It's like Silver Surfer. Actually, honestly, drawing Esme is probably our best draw, right? Because like Esme would get to draw 2 cards out of our deck, and there's a bunch of bangers in there. Okay, that's pretty scary. We have a game, as they say. I'm vibing on this, I think. Am I? Do we Brood Right? So the problem with Brood Right is it locks in my points there. And I don't want to put rocks into my deck. It's fine. We've got 5 shots to take their last cubes. We died to Shang. We died to Shang. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad I didn't Killmonger. Holy. Oh, me oh my. Oh, me oh my. Do 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 do. Surf's up! Cowabunga! Oh no! Kitty's big enough on the left, right? What is this? Oh, it's just a rock! But I don't understand, chat! They shagged my chi!
Victory.
How could I possibly win after they shagged my chi? No, wait, don't leave, come back. All right, well, we're certainly gonna play for an infinite ticket with this pile of cards, but I'm gonna take a pause for the cause to let some adverts roll before we dive into that because it could be a long, sweaty endeavor and I don't want them to happen in the middle. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Hope you're having a wonderful start to your weekend wherever you're at in the world. The closed caption said, "Don't shave my cheese." I'm just gonna say that from now on when I get shanked. Or I'm trying not to. Don't shave my cheese! Not my cheese! Don't shave it! We didn't emote for that, lol. We do have a Professor X cheese related emote, that's true. It's the closest we've got. Best I can do. Silver Surfer really is a testament to snap balance. It's really landed in such a reasonable spot. There's so many different ways to build and play this one archetype at this point. Every time I put a Silver Surfer list in the best decks roundup heading into the weekend, it's always included with a comment of, by the way, this is just one of many Surfer decks that's reasonable and powerful. There's always a variety of them up there that are doing reasonable things. I think speaking of the best decks roundup on the Hoaglandia stamp site, I think this is the first time I've had 15 decks in a decks roundup in some time. All right, we're technically playing for an infinite ticket, so rather than snapping aggressively on one, I'm gonna be a little bit more meticulous about it. We'll snap and retreat appropriately. Ooh, a Black Knight enjoyer. If you're just joining us, we got done playing Black Knight right before this. Lucas! Oh, Lucas! Why have you forsaken me? Sauron, BK. Have it your way. This is not what we were playing. Yes, they're not a Lucas deck either, at least. We've got that going for us. It's hard to know where they're gonna play for. These negative locations are tough for our deck full of smaller things. Yeah, singing it so. think the extra energy is more beneficial for them than us at this point, so I'm gonna go ahead and clean it out. The hope is Juggernaut's gonna be enough to win the right. Could lose the left to a Ghost Rider, I guess. Alright, send him center. Send him center! Just Sasquatch. Okay. I almost suggested I Boomer Snap this, but I just wasn't confident enough against Ghost Rider. They certainly leave with just Sasquatch if I Boomer. This deck's record is definitely just like an ode to Juggernaut. Alright, 40% chance to be really happy with this. 40% chance to be unhappy. Killmonger's probably towards the center.
Hello, so happy.
Can I snap this? Real question here. I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no. I want to murder their Black Knight. We're supposed to snow right so they don't have super flow. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, maybe. I think I don't want them to think the middle is free. It's our best draw, Captain Carter. Brood's not terrible. Brood lets me contest the center, yeah. This has me winning the left. This is a detriment on it, yeah. This is 10 up to 24, and then Surfer's another 8 up to 32 in the center. Yeah, I think we realistically win this again. Oh, shit. Nope. Wait, if it goes right? No! I lost the flip. I lost the flip. Rats. Well, I can't believe we almost beat the turn 2 free Infinite. If I'd have had Captain Carter, would I have beat the turn 2 free Infinite? She would have been 7. No, I think I still would have been short. There are no coin flips in Ba Sing Se. This is a pretty sweet hand. If Luna into Sarah. If these locations are neutral, we'll probably snap before we Sarah. I'll wait for one more. I'm not gonna leave, but I'm not gonna step back. They must have a good Black Nitro. Holy. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Esme into Makari, I'm really sad. I kind of don't need Sarah right now. It's close. A lot of choices here. Man, I'm about to get Infinite Alliance and lose my mind. Oh, they're super dead, yeah. We win all three. All three. Surfer is such a clean deck. It's just such clean living. Has this deck been good? Surfer is consistently very good, yes. Archetype is super strong. I'm gonna snap on the Sarah draw and the Subterranea because my hand is pretty good. I think we can win this game on the back of our existing cards. If they want to bet the house on it, that's fine with me. This Esme could be a little rocky, but almost all of our cards are good hits for her here. Oh, wow. That's so rude. Oh, and that's a Lasher Lizard, too. Christ. I think we're beating the center, yeah? Yeah, we're beating the last year here by a very little bit.
Victory.
Well, that was just like one of the fastest, cleanest infinite tickets I've picked up in a long while. If you're looking for a deck that's an old faithful at this point, basically, chat, there's so many different flavors of Silver Surfer that could do it. And this build really leaning into Sarah felt like a clean way to do it. I think Esme's kind of an underappreciated card in Surfer in general, because one really key thing this card does for you is she makes your deck more consistent by giving you extra looks at cards in it that you really care about. So this deck's called Sarah Surfer, and playing Esme means we're more likely to have Surfer by 6, and we're more likely to have Sarah by 4 or 5, which felt really good. Luna Snow, honestly, I've talked about how there's a lot of builds of Surfer, but I honestly think she might be one of the most important Surfer cards you can have right now. I think if you like Surfer as a deck and you don't have her, I would make her a high priority pickup. And the reason for this is not even just Sarah related, but in addition to Luna Snow enabling Sarah on turn 4, which is very powerful, in the games where you don't have Sarah, or even in the Surfer builds where you don't have Sarah, Luna Snow lets you play 2 3-drops on 5, which is a big deal. She lets you get more things on the board that Surfer is pumping up, or get Sarah out early for absolutely insane draws. That was something this build was really built to do a lot of the time. And Surge honestly fills a similar role, right? Like sometimes she high rolls and gives you Sarah on turn 4, but Surge hitting any of your 3s means that you can play a 3 plus a 2 on 5 without extra energy. You think this needs Carter as a secondary brood card? I don't think so. I think most of the other details here, Carter, Sebastian Shaw, Makari, like I think all 3 of these as higher series cards are easily interchangeable with other things. If you have Kale and you don't have Surge, Kale's probably a fine budget replacement for Surge, but I think Surge is better in general. I think the extra stats she gives is often relevant, and you'll occasionally get a couple of discounts out of her over the course of the game. So I think I'd prefer Surge to Kale, but if you're like, Jeff, can I budget Surge as Kale? I'd be like, yeah, that seems fine. Kale lets you have 2 3s on 5, and she lets you get Sarah on 4. I'm missing Makari. I think swapping Makari for a different 3 energy tech card that you like is fine. I think my number 1 Surfer card that's missing from here is Luke Cage. So if you're missing any of these cards, the very first 3-drop I would add is Luke. He's very, very good. All right, gamers, it's 3:30. I've been live for 6.5 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. If you haven't done so already, I'd ask that you please check out my best decks roundup this weekend. It's 15 Marvel Snap decks in a less than 15-minute video. There's a huge range, not only my own personal pocket picks up there, but sweet things off of Untapped that are worth checking out. I'd also like to give a shout out to one of my wonderful sponsors, Advanced Tier. My code for them is boosted now through end of day Monday. You can get 30% off of your orders. They do hydration and energy drink mixes up there. You should mix them up. You can even get my own Hogalandia branded shaker up there, but if you have a different shaker, I suppose you could use that too. They're delicious. I drink lots of them. I think one of the best endorsements I can give a product like that is they send me a couple of tubs every month or so for being sponsored by them, but I also buy some extra with my own dollar reduced. I probably drink 1 or 2 shakers a day. They're great. I am, let's see if we can find someone to raid here on the way out the door. I am going to be off all weekend from live stuff as always. You can find lots of highlights from things up over the weekend. We'll have Marvel Snap highlights on the Jeff Hoagland channel. We're going to have some Shadowverse highlights on the Shadowverse channel. And I'll be back live again Monday. I think we're going to do some Shadowverse in the morning and some Marvel Snap in the afternoon. I've been enjoying that as our regular schedule. Hey, Kiwi is streaming some Marvel Snap. I'm going to raid you over their way. Check them out. They are a community member here.